The DXY is finally losing some grip under that 99.15 level, and seeing those 10-year yields slide toward 4.58% is exactly what I want to see for a gold recovery. This inverse correlation is holding strong tonight as Asia starts to pick up the volume, keeping us pinned right near 4,542. Looking at the charts, we are stuck in a total choppy mess with an ADX under 14, basically a magnet to the current price. I am watching 4,543 as immediate support, but if we cannot hold this, the next meaningful floor is down at the S1 pivot near 4,458. The hourly RSI is actually starting to look a bit more lively compared to the daily, which tells me we might see a short-term bounce before the heavy hitters like jobless claims and those PMI prints hit the tape tomorrow. EA took a few hits today trying to find a trend in this range, but the logic remains solid as we wait for a clean breakout from these Bollinger mid-bands. If you want to dive deeper into the settings and how the bot handles these sessions, you can find more info on XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, I am staying patient because when gold gets this compressed, the eventual expansion is usually massive. Buyers are trying to step in here, but until we clear that 4H overhead resistance, I am keeping my bias neutral and my eyes on the dollar. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,539.755. First target 4,534.454. Full target 4,529.153. Market update. We are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The EA just pulled the trigger. Buy on gold at 4,541.692. Stop loss at 4,537.821, targeting 4,545.563 and 4,549.435. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. This trade hit the stop loss at minus 59 pips. Remember, no system wins 100%. Risk management keeps us in the game. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,537.895 with stop loss at 4,542.926. First target 4,532.864, second target 4,527.833. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Stop loss triggered, minus 43 pips. Losses are part of trading. The EA has proper risk management and is already looking for the next signal. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,541.711. First target 4,546.323. Full target 4,550.934. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Hey Sharyarkin, oh my goodness, you are absolutely making me smile over here. Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm so happy you're enjoying the stream with us. We actually have a buy trade running on gold right now, so it is a perfect time for you to be here watching the action. Sell signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,538.394. The EA is targeting 4,534.037 first, then 4,529.679 for the full move. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Sherry Arkin. Oh, you are making me smile so much. Thank you for being such a loyal part of the stream. I honestly love seeing familiar names in the chat every day. It makes this whole journey so much more fun. We actually have a sell trade running right now during this Sydney session, and even though the market is looking a bit ranging, I am so glad you are here to watch it play out with me. We are stuck in a total chop zone right now with the ADX, showing zero trend strength, and honestly, it looks like a graveyard for both sides. I am currently holding a sell from 4,538, and we are seeing some serious trapped shorts getting squeezed every time we dip toward that 4,530 area. The intraday charts are a mess of fakeouts, but I'm keeping a close eye on that 4,558 level, because if we clear that, the daily sellers are going to get absolutely flushed. Even though the dollar is losing its grip, gold is hesitant to fly ahead of the big jobs data coming in about 13 hours. I am staying patient with the EA entries here because the mid-pivot is still miles away, and this ranging price action is just hunting liquidity before the next real leg. If you are trading this Asian session, keep your stops wide or stay on the sidelines, because the big boys are clearly waiting for New York to decide the next move. Look at these Bollinger Bands tightening up on the charts right now. We are seeing some seriously low volatility as we sit mid-range with an ATR of only 104. It feels like the calm before the storm while we wait for those jobless claims and PMI prints tomorrow. I am currently holding a sell from 4,538, and we just saw a decent little rejection near that 4,536 level. But honestly, it is a choppy mess out here with the ADX, barely registering a trend. The broader sentiment is still leaning toward greed, and the big players are heavily net long, which makes me think this current sideways drift is just a massive liquidity grab before the next real leg. If we can stay pinned under the hourly EMA 20 at 46.23, I like the downside, but a break toward that R1 pivot at 4,838, and we just say a 2096 26 26. I'm letting my EA handle the heavy lifting in this range, and you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSDjulia.com if you want to see how it navigates these tight spots. Drop some questions in the chat if you're watching this consolidation with me. I think we are about to see a massive move because this sideways grind is getting way too tight to last much longer. We are sitting right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands near 4,541, and while the Asian session is currently a choppy mess, that low ADX is just the calm before the storm. I am watching that 4H sell signal closely because if we fail to hold this 4,540 level, we could easily slide toward that S1 pivot at 4,458. On the flip side, yields are dropping and the big money is still heavily positioned long, so I am not counting out a squeeze back toward the 50 SMA at 4,678 once those jobless claims hit. My current sell is underwater, but with the market sentiment leaning toward greed, I am playing it patient for a clean breakout. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Drop a message if you think we are heading for a liquidity grab before the New York Open. Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,543.407. The EA is targeting 4,547.787 first, then 4,552.166 for the full move. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Sherryarkin, I love that confidence, and I think you might be onto something there. My chart is showing us exactly that kind of bullish momentum on the 5 and 15-minute timeframes right now. In fact, our Julia Scalper EA just entered a fresh buy position at 4,544, so we are riding that wave with you toward your target. With the 10-year yields dropping like they are, it is really giving gold that extra fuel it needs to climb. Let us see if we can hit that 4,555 level together. Look at that little push we just got toward 4,545 as the Asian session starts to find some rhythm. I am currently sitting in a buy from 4,544, and we are finally seeing some green pips as the 10-year yields continue to slide, which is exactly the tailwind gold needs right now. We are essentially hovering right between our pivot levels in this choppy range, but with the dollar looking this flat, I am leaning into this move for a potential test of the hourly resistance. If we can actually clear 4,550 with some real volume, I think we head straight for that EMA 20 on the daily, though I am keeping a very close eye on the clock with those jobless claims and PMI data drops coming up later today. I have been fine-tuning these entries, and you can find more info about the EA at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic behind these setups. My eyes are glued to the screen to see if these buyers can hold the line here, or if we get a nasty fake out back toward that support at 4,458. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat about these levels or what I am seeing on the higher time frames. What is crazy to me right now is how we are seeing this risk-on rally in stocks and Bitcoin, while yields are actually sliding, yet gold is just sitting here paralyzed in this tight range. Normally, with the 10-year yield dropping like this, I'd expect buyers to be absolutely slamming the bid, but we are stuck in a total chop fest at 4,544, while the ADX stays buried in the basement. I am currently holding a long from 4,544.21 because the smaller time frames are flashing buy signals, but honestly, we are just magnets to this price point right now. The daily chart is still showing a sell bias, and we are trading way below that 50 SMA, so this little bounce feels fragile unless we can actually clear some liquidity to the upside. I'm really looking toward that jobless claims and PMI data later today to finally give us the volatility we need to break out of this Bollinger Band squeeze. If we can't hold this 4,544 level, I'm worried we might see a flush toward that S1 pivot, so I'm keeping a tight leash on this one. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Do you think the dollar stays flat enough for us to catch a real bid here? Or are we just waiting to get smoked by the New York Open? The technical picture right now is a bit of a tug of war while we wait for the heavy hitters like jobless claims and the Philly Fed to drop later today. On the low time frames, we are seeing some decent buy signals, but zoom out to the daily and it is still looking pretty heavy with that sell bias keeping us capped under the 20 EMA. I am currently underwater on my buy from 4,544 as we sit right at 45,141.34, but seeing those 10-year yields slide lower gives me a lot of confidence that gold is going to catch a bid sooner rather than later. We are basically grinding in a choppy mess with the ADX sitting near the floor, which usually means a violent breakout is brewing once we clear this mid-range Bollinger area. If we can reclaim that 4,550 level, I think we head straight for the next pivot, but for now we are just hunting for liquidity in this Asian range. If you want to see exactly how my setup handles these types of ranging markets, you can find more info about the EA over at XAUUSDJulia.com. I am keeping a close eye on the hourly RSI as it creeps up, because if that momentum shifts and we find a floor here, we could see a nice squeeze on the shorts before New York even wakes up. Throw your questions in the chat if you are watching these levels with me. Both targets hit. 64 pips total. The EA executed the plan from start to finish. With the Fed looking locked in to stay the course, that 97% probability for the next rate move is keeping the floor under us while the dollar stays flat. I love seeing the big money players staying so heavily net long because it shows they aren't spooked by this current range. Technically, we're sitting in a bit of a choppy mess right now with the ADX, showing zero trend strength, but I'm watching this 4,549 level like a hawk to see if buyers can actually hold the line. My EA just banked a nice move on that recent scalp, and even though the daily signal is still leaning bearish, the 1-hour RSI is starting to look a bit hot as we push toward the top of this local consolidation. We've got initial jobless claims coming up in about 12 hours, which will likely be the real catalyst to break us out of this mid-range pivot toward that R1 level at 4,839. If you guys have any questions about these specific entries, or why I'm leaning toward a break to the upside, drop them in the chat and let's break it down together. Hey fellas Therministry. Oh, I love that energy. We are actually hovering right around the 4,542 level at the moment, and with the daily trend showing some sell pressure, testing that 4,500 area is definitely on my radar. The dollar is staying pretty flat right now, but if we see a breakdown below the current support levels, things could get really exciting. My EA is currently scanning for the next big move after bagging 2 wins today, so I'm just sitting tight to see if the bears want to make a run for it. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,540.579. First target 4,531.807. Full target 4,523.035. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. What a day we are having, folks. I have already locked in 2 solid wins with 0 losses today, and my current sell from 4,540 is already running over 270 pips deep into the green. We are seeing some classic range behavior during this Asian session, with the ADX sitting under 10, meaning things are pretty flat, but that is exactly where my EA thrives, by picking off these small rotations. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, check out XAUUSD Julia.com for the full breakdown. Right now I am watching that 4,538 level like a hawk, because if we lose it, we might see a quick slide toward that S1 pivot at 4,458. The daily chart is still flashing a sell signal, and we are trading well below the 20-period EMA, so I am leaning into this bearish momentum while the dollar remains stable. We have a massive fundamental catalyst coming up in about 12 hours with jobless claims and Philly Fed data, so I expect this choppy mess to continue until New York takes the wheel and provides some real direction. Total risk-on sentiment in the S&P 500 is keeping gold a bit heavy for now, but I am cozy in this short position, as long as we stay below that 4,548 resistance zone. Hey Eliaskin! Oh, it is so good to see you in the chat tonight. We are having a fantastic session so far with 2 solid wins already locked in today. Right now, the EA is actually running a sell trade on gold, and we are sitting in a bit of profit, so I am watching those price levels very closely. How are you doing today? We are firmly in the thick of the Asian session right now, and honestly, it is a bit of a choppy mess with the ADX showing almost no trend strength. I have locked in some solid moves earlier today, but right now I am sweating this open sell from 4,540 as price keeps teasing that 4,542 level. Looking at the hourly candles, we have buyers stepping in to defend the short-term move, while the daily chart is screaming for a sell-off toward the 200 SMA near 4,365 if things get ugly. The big story for me is the massive long bias from the institutional players, which tells me any dip toward S1 at 4,458 is going to get swallowed up fast. Since the room is quiet, feel free to drop your charts or ask about these upcoming jobless claims, because that volatility at 12:30 GMT is going to be the real catalyst to see if we test that R1 pivot. For now, I am just babysitting this position and watching the 5-minute buy signals fight against the broader bear trend. Hey Mubashirais, it is so wonderful to see you here again. You are making me smile with that warm welcome. We are currently right in the middle of the Tokyo and Sydney overlap, and things are looking a bit choppy, but we actually have an open sell trade running right now. I am keeping a close eye on it because the market is a little range-bound today, but I am super excited to have you watching the movement with me. The EA just pulled the trigger. Buy on gold at 4,547.028. Stop loss at 4,540.987. Targeting 4,553.069 and 4,559.111. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Hey, Roger Machado. Oh, you are making me smile. Thank you so much for that sweet comment. I try my best to stay on top of these gold markets because, as you can see, things are moving fast right now during this Sydney and Tokyo overlap. We actually have a buy trade running at the moment, and I am keeping a very close eye on it for everyone here. I am just so glad you are part of the stream today. Hey there, Roger. Oh, you are making me laugh. I always say that the market doesn't just hand out gifts, you have to have a smart strategy to go after it. Right now we actually have an open buy trade running on gold, and I am watching the price action closely near that 45-46 level. It is a bit of a ranging market today, so things are definitely interesting, but that is exactly why I love using the Julia Scalper to navigate these choppy waters. Sound like a plan? Hey Mubashiraiz. Oh, I hear you, and I know that can feel a bit frustrating. Gold has been such a choppy mess during this session with the ADX sitting way down at 6.5, which usually means we're in a ranging trap where stops get hunted. Even the EA is feeling the squeeze right now with that open buy trade sitting a bit underwater, but remember that the Julia Scalper is designed to manage these tight spots automatically. Hang in there, because once we get a clear breakout from this sideways action, that's when we really see those clean moves back into profit. Fellas Therministry, I hear you, and honestly you might be onto something with that correction call. We are seeing gold hovering right around the 4,545 level, and with the ADX showing such a weak trend, it definitely feels like it's just searching for a direction. Our EA actually has a buy trade open right now, but it's a bit of a tug of war out there since the market is looking pretty choppy. I'm keeping a close eye on that pivot at 46.75, so let's see if the Asian session gives us that move you're looking for. Stop loss triggered. Minus 62 pips. Losses are part of trading. The EA has proper risk management and is already looking for the next signal. Movishirais, I hear you, and I totally feel your frustration after those stop losses hit. This sideways market we are in right now is definitely testing our patience, especially with that chop index sitting over 55, showing how messy the price action has been tonight. When gold is ranging and the trend is weak like this, it is super important to trust the smart mode filters to help us navigate those tricky fakeouts. Hang in there, because I am keeping a close eye on these levels for a cleaner breakout soon. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,542.411. First target 4,535.455. Full target 4,528.498. Market update. We are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. Stop loss triggered. Minus 67 pips. Losses are part of trading. The EA has proper risk management and is already looking for the next signal. Wait, look at this divergence on the 1-hour chart because things are getting really interesting as we hover around 4,547. We are basically grinding sideways in a choppy mess with an ADX under 7, but the buyers are fighting for every inch while the oscillators try to reset. I am currently underwater on a sell from 4,542 and getting squeezed a bit, especially since we are trading right near that short-term pivot, while the daily trend is still screaming sell. The big speculators are still heavily loaded on the long side, which makes me think this range is just a liquidity grab before the next real leg. If we can't break back below 4,540 soon, I might have to reassess this bias before the jobless claims and PMI data hit and really shake the tree. I have been tweaking the strategy for these sideways days, and you can find more info about the EA I use over at XAUUSD if you want to see the logic. For now, I am keeping a close eye on the 10-year yields, because if they stay stable, gold should find some solid footing here during the rest of the Asian session. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,547.376. First target, 4,555.413. Full target, 4,563.45. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Hey Kaiser Amir! Oh, I love the energy! If you're looking for the best live trading experience, you are definitely in the right place. We've got the Julia Scalper version 6.5 running right now on gold, and even though the market is looking a bit choppy with an ADX of 6.6, it's always exciting to watch the EA navigate these waters. We actually have a buy trade open right now, so let's see if gold can find some momentum and push toward that first take profit level. I'm so glad you're here to watch the action with us. First target reached. 79 pips locked in. Stop loss is now at break even. The EA just secured this trade by moving the stop loss to entry. Zero risk now. We are in a free trade. Looking at the broader horizon, the institutional players are heavily stacked to the long side right now, and with the Fed practically locked into their current path, gold remains structurally well bid despite this recent pullback from the highs. We are currently navigating a massive range on the daily, but zoomed in, this Asian session is fighting for air as we hover around the 4,556 mark. My EA just scaled into a buy from 4,546, which is running nicely, though it has been a total grind today after getting chopped up earlier in some nasty fakeouts. I am keeping a close eye on the hourly momentum because we are starting to look a bit overextended, and unless we can convincingly clear this immediate resistance, we might just keep bouncing between these pivots until the jobless claims data drops. If we can actually hold above the 50 SMA on the 4-hour, I think the shorts are going to get squeezed hard heading into the New York Open. I know a few of you were asking about the EA settings during this chop. Just remember it is designed to hunt for these specific liquidity grabs when the market is ranging like this. Reach out in the chat if you have questions about the logic behind these entries while we wait for the next leg. Take profit 2 hit. Full target reached with 168 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. Looking at the commitment of traders, it is crystal clear that the big institutional players are heavily stacked on the long side, holding a massive long-to-short ratio that really sets the floor for this market. Even with this choppy mess we are seeing in the Asian session, those net long positions tell me the smart money is just waiting for a catalyst to push us back toward that R1 pivot at 48.39. My EA actually managed a beautiful entry on this latest buy at 4546, and seeing price hold above 4,561 right now gives me a lot of confidence that the trapped shorts are starting to feel the squeeze. We are currently hugging the mid-range of the Bollinger Bands, and while the daily signal is still showing some sell pressure, that 1-hour RSI is starting to cook, suggesting we might be overextended for a moment before the next leg up. For those of you asking about how the bot handles these ranges, you can find more detail on the setup at XAUUSDjulia.com. I am keeping a close eye on the 10-year yields, because they are staying relatively stable, which is exactly the kind of environment where gold can thrive once New York wakes up and looks at those jobless numbers. If you have questions about this range-bound action or how I am playing these pivots, drop them in the chat. We are grinding through this Asian session range right now, and honestly it is a total choppy mess while we wait for the heavy hitters like jobless claims and the Philly Fed to drop later today. I am watching 4,563 like a hawk, because we are just rotating around the middle of the Bollinger Bands while retail is getting absolutely shredded, trying to catch a trend that does not exist yet. Smart money is playing a completely different game though, because the big institutions are still stacked heavily to the long side, which tells me this recent weakness is likely just a massive liquidity grab before the next leg up. If we can actually clear the hourly resistance and get some momentum toward that 46775 pivot mark, I think the trapped shorts are going to start panicking hard. For those of you asking about the EA, it is currently staying flat because it recognizes this low ADX environment is a death trap for trend followers. Stick around and drop your questions in the chat, because once New York wakes up and those PMI numbers hit, things are going to get incredibly spicy. Look at this technical tape right now, because we are seeing a massive divergence between the short-term and the daily charts. On the 1 hour, we are absolutely cooking with that RSI over 70, showing some serious immediate strength, but the daily is still screaming, sell, which tells me we are in a massive tug of war before the New York Open. I am watching 45.69 like a hawk, because we are sitting right under that mid-pivot of 46.75, and if we cannot clear that area, we are just going to keep churning in this choppy range. I know a bunch of you have been blowing up the chat asking about the EA. I use to navigate these movements, and you can find the technical breakdown of that at XAUUSDJulia.com. But right now I am focused on these upcoming jobless claims. The dollar is basically flatlining and yields are stable, so gold is enjoying a nice little risk-on boost along with the S&P. But don't get complacent. We have got high-impact manufacturing data dropping in a few hours, and that is when things are going to get really spicy. I want to see if we can hold this support, or if this is just another liquidity grab before a deeper flush. Turn your mics on and let me know what levels you guys are stalking for the London crossover. Look at that rejection off the 4,565 level we just saw. Buyers are clearly trying to defend this zone, but the tape is still feeling incredibly heavy. I am watching this price action like a hawk, because if we can't sustain a move back toward the 4,625 EMA, we are likely looking at another liquidity grab toward the recent lows. For those of you asking about the EA, it has been battling some serious chop during this Asian session, taking a few stings on those fake outs, but that is just the cost of doing business in a range like this. The big boys are still heavily positioned to the long side according to the latest positioning data, which gives me confidence that this dip is just noise before the big fundamental drivers hit the wire later today. We have a massive cluster of high-impact data coming out of the States in about 10 hours, and with the Fed outlook basically baked in, any surprise in those jobless claims could send gold on a wild ride. I love the way silver is outperforming right now, as it usually leads the way for us, so keep an eye on that correlation. If anyone has questions about my entry criteria or how we are managing this volatility, drop them in the chat now. Haram Khan, I love the enthusiasm. Right now, the EA is patiently scanning the charts because we are seeing some choppy, ranging action in this session, and we want to wait for the highest quality setup. Gold is sitting right around the 4560 level, and my smart mode filter is keeping us safe until a clear trend emerges. As soon as the Julia Scalper identifies that perfect entry point with a confirmed signal, it will execute automatically. So just keep your eyes on the stream, and you will see it pop up the moment it happens. Hey Haramkan, I love your persistence. You are definitely ready to catch the next move. Right now, our Julia Scalper is patiently scanning the charts because the market is looking a bit choppy with that low ADX, and we only want the highest quality setups. We don't have an open trade at this exact second, but as soon as the EA detects a confirmed breakout or reversal, it will trigger that entry automatically on the screen for you. Stick around because when gold starts moving, it can happen fast. Look at how we are hugging this 4,558 level right now after that wild chop earlier. We have some serious trapped shorts who tried to front run the daily sell signal, and now they are getting squeezed as price stabilizes near the top of this Asian range. Honestly, it is a total battleground because while the hourly chart shows buyers have control, the daily trend is still fighting them tooth and nail. I am keeping a close eye on the mid-pivot at 4,675, because if we can clear this immediate overhead resistance, that is where the real fireworks start for the bulls. I have been dissecting how the algorithm handles these tight consolidations, and if you want to see the logic behind the entries, you can check out XAUUSDjulia.com for more info. Right now we are just drifting in no man's land, waiting for the jobless claims and PMI data to hit later today to provide some real directional conviction. If the dollar stays this flat, we might just see a slow grind higher into the London Open. Stay sharp because this quiet volume can vanish in a heartbeat once the New York crowd wakes up. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,555.242. First target 4,548.528. Full target 4,541.813. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. We are seeing some serious drama at 4,553 right now, and honestly it looks like a textbook trap for the late shorts who missed the initial move. The bears are trying so hard to force a flush toward that 4,458 pivot level, but the buyers are stepping in with some heavy absorption every time we dip our toes below the 4,550 handle. I am currently holding a sell from 4,555, and it is breathing well for now, but the way the hourly RSI is holding steady makes me think the big money is just reloading for a squeeze. I am keeping a tight leash on this runner because the daily trend is still screaming sell, but the intraday price action feels like a coiled spring. What are you guys seeing on your charts, or are you waiting for the PMI data to provide the real direction? Take profit 1 hit, plus 67 pips. The EA has moved the stop loss to entry. Let's see if take profit 2 gets hit. Risk eliminated. Stop loss is at break even. Even if price reverses, we lose nothing. Smart money management in action. The tape is telling a fascinating story right now because we just saw a classic liquidity grab where the longs got flushed before this current consolidation phase took over. Look at how we are grinding around 45.47 after that rejection from the mid-pivot. It feels like the big boys are just waiting for the next catalyst. I am currently sitting in a sell from 45.55 that the EA caught perfectly, and honestly seeing those trap shorts getting squeezed earlier makes me think we are setting up for another leg down if we cannot reclaim 45.58. The dollar is staying incredibly flat, which is keeping gold in this tight range, but with jobless claims and manufacturing data coming up in a few hours, this quiet Asian session is the calm before the storm. If you want to dive deeper into the logic behind these entries, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD while we watch this play out. I am keeping a close eye on that daily RSI, which is starting to look a bit heavy. So if we break through 45.45, things could get very spicy very quickly. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat, because even though it is quiet now, the volatility is definitely lurking just beneath the surface. Take profit 2 hit. Full target reached with 115 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. am watching this 4,539 level like a hawk right now, because we are essentially coiled in a spring during this Asian session. The 4-hour chart is leaning heavily into a sell signal, and we are trading well below the 20-period EMA, which tells me the path of least resistance is still down unless the bulls can pull a rabbit out of a hat. My EA just finished milking a nice move lower, but I am staying flat for a moment because the hourly RSI is finally showing some life after being crushed. If we cannot hold this current support, I think we are looking at a fast trip down to the S1 pivot at 4,458. Honestly, with the big money still heavily net long in the positioning data, I am looking for any sign of a liquidity grab to the downside before we get those jobless claims numbers later. If the dollar stays this flat, I might poke it along if we get a firm rejection off the lows, but for now, it is a waiting game. Any of you guys seeing a different structure on the 15-minute? Drop your thoughts in the chat, and let's see if we can catch this next leg together. The mood right now feels like everyone is holding their breath while greed slowly creeps back into the sentiment, but technically gold looks like it's struggling to find its footing. We are hovering right around 4,536, and honestly the bears are still leaning on us with the daily and 4-hour charts flashing sell signals. I'm keeping a very close eye on that S1 pivot near 4,458, because if this weakness continues through the Asian session, that's our next logical floor. It is a bit of a choppy mess out there with the ADX, showing a lack of real conviction, but the heavy long positioning from the big players tells me the underlying bullish story isn't dead yet. I just finished a solid run of trades where the EA caught some nice momentum moves, and if you want to see how that logic works, you can check out XAUUSD For now, I am standing aside until we get closer to the jobless claims data later today, because that's when the real volume will return and probably flush out these weak hands. If any of you are watching this range with me, drop a gold in the chat or ask me anything about these levels. Comparing this week to the last few days, we have definitely shifted from that aggressive sell-off into a heavy consolidation phase where the market is trying to find its footing. I am seeing a much more defensive posture today because the daily trend is still leaning bearish, but we are holding steady near that 45.34 level, which has been acting as a psychological floor during this session. We are essentially sandwiched between the pivot mid-range and that 44.58 support level, and honestly the price action feels like a coiled spring waiting for the jobless claims and PMI data to hit later today. I have been navigating some choppy waters with the EA today, getting caught in a couple of fakeouts, but that 168 pip win earlier really showed that the momentum is there if you catch the right side of the squeeze. If we cannot hold this current level, I am looking at a slide toward the S1 pivot, but the big boys are still heavily positioned long in the COT report, so I am not ready to call for a total collapse just yet. Yields are staying pretty flat, which helps, and since the chat is a bit quiet right now, feel free to drop your charts or ask about these specific levels before New York wakes up and things get spicy. Hey, Sankin! Oh, I am so glad you noticed that. The Julia Scalper is really in its element right now with these trending conditions, and seeing those take profit 2 hits across the Tokyo session has been absolutely beautiful to watch. It really shows the power of that smart filter when the volume starts picking up. Isan, that is the million-dollar question right now. Looking at the charts, gold is definitely feeling some pressure with the daily and 4-hour signals leaning toward a sell. But we are currently sitting in a bit of a range during this Sydney and Tokyo overlap. I am watching that 4,500 level very closely because if we don't hold here, we could see another leg down, but with the dollar staying relatively flat, there is always room for a cheeky bounce. My EA is currently scanning for the next big move, so let's see if we get a clean breakout soon. What are you thinking? Are you looking to buy the dip or follow the trend down? Asincon, that is such a great question, and honestly, catching a reversal is like catching lightning in a bottle. To see a real shift in momentum right now, I am looking for gold to break back above those short-term moving averages, especially that 50 SMA on the hourly chart. You also want to keep a close eye on the RSI, because if we see a bullish divergence where price makes a lower low but RSI starts climbing, that is a huge clue that the sellers are getting exhausted. Plus, with the Tokyo and Sydney sessions overlapping right now, we have some great volume to potentially push a move if the dollar starts to soften just a bit. Remember, my EA is scanning for those exact shifts 24/7, so it will jump in the moment it confirms a new trend direction. Isan, it is so great to see you again. You know I love talking numbers, and it has been such a wild ride this week with gold keeping us on our toes. Just today alone, the EA has been super busy with 13 trades already, bagging 7 wins and honestly navigating some tricky spots beautifully. While we had a few shifts in the trend that caught us on a couple of losses, the Julia Scalper caught those take profit 2 runners for over 100 pips was just gorgeous to watch. We are really seeing those trending conditions play into our favor right now as the session volume picks up. Asan, that is an awesome question. Yes, it absolutely works on cent accounts, and I actually think that is a brilliant way to get started if you want to manage your risk while you get a feel for the market. Just remember that on a cent account, your balance will show up in cents, so 50,000 USD is actually $500. When you set it up, you'll just want to make sure your risk settings are adjusted properly for that balance, but the logic and the signals stay exactly the same. It is such a great way to see how the EA handles these trending conditions we are seeing today. Keeping a close eye on the DXY right now as it holds flat near 99.19, while the 10-year yields are stabilizing at 4.58. This neutral backdrop is leaving gold in a bit of a tug of war as we transition through this Asian session. We are essentially hovering right under that 4,537 level, and honestly, the intraday tape looks like a choppy mess after that latest sell-off. I am looking at the daily chart where we are still under pressure below the 50 SMA, but the bulls are putting up a fight to keep us from sliding toward that S1 pivot at 4,458. The EA handled those quick scalps well earlier, and you can find more detail on how it navigates these tight ranges at XAUUSDjulia.com. For now, I am standing aside because the stochastic is buried in the basement, and we really need to see if buyers can reclaim the hourly EMA before those jobless claims hit the wire later this morning. What do you guys think? Are we looking at a bear flag, or is this the floor? Hey, Sankan! Great to see you back in the chat! So, looking at our live trades from just a little bit ago, the EA has been on fire. We actually just saw Take Profit 1 and Take Profit 2 get smashed on that last sell position for a total of over 180 pips combined, which was just beautiful to watch. Right now the bot is flat and scanning for the next big move, but those targets have been hitting really consistently during this Tokyo session overlap. I'm so excited to see what the next entry looks like. Hey, XAUUSD. Oh, that is such a smart question to ask, because managing risk is everything in gold trading. Looking at our live stats today, we had a couple of small bumps earlier, with a few losses in a row during that choppy period. But the EA really shines when the trend kicks in, like those nice take profit 2 hits we just saw. It is exactly why I love the built-in smart mode and news filter, because they help navigate those tricky sideways markets where consecutive losses usually happen. You can always adjust your own risk settings to make sure you are comfortable with how the EA handles those market swings. The Fed is basically locked into this 3.5% range, and that certainty is finally giving gold some room to breathe despite the recent chop. I'm watching 45.35 like a hawk right now because we are just grinding sideways in this quiet Asian session. The technicals are showing a bit of a daily sell bias, but with the net long positioning still so heavy, I'm expecting a massive liquidity grab before the New York Open. We took a few hits earlier on those fakeouts, but the EA caught a clean move to the downside that really saved the session. If we can't hold 44.58, this thing might flush, so feel free to drop your questions in the chat about the strategy or my current bias. The DXY is basically flatlining at 99.17, while yields are drifting lower, and that is giving gold a tiny bit of breathing room here in the Asian session. We are currently hugging that 4,535 level, but looking at the daily and 4-hour charts, the bears are clearly still in the driver's seat after that recent slide. I am seeing a lot of neutral momentum on the hourly, but the MACD is still lagging behind the signal line, so I am not ready to call a bottom just yet. If we can't reclaim that mid-pivot at 4,675 soon, we might be looking at a slow grind down toward that S1 support at 4,458. I know some of you were asking about the recent losses and how the EA is handling this chop, but that is just the game we play when the ADX shows such a weak trend. If you want to see the logic behind how the system navigates these fakeouts, you can check out XAUUSDJulia.com for the breakdown. For now, I'm staying patient because those jobless claims and PMI numbers are going to be the real catalyst to shake us out of this range. Feel free to drop any chart requests in the chat while we wait for the volatility to pick up. The Fed is basically signaling they are locked into that three-hole 5% range, and this absolute certainty is providing a solid floor for gold right now, even as the session stays quiet. We are currently hugging 4,532 as immediate support, but the daily sell signals combined with the MACD sitting below its signal line tell me the bears aren't done fighting yet. I am watching that 4,458 level on the S1 pivot like a hawk, because if we lose this area, the path to the 200 SMA is wide open. For those of you asking about the EA, it is doing its job, navigating this choppy mess with ADX under 20, catching those quick scalps while we wait for the high-impact claims data to drop. If you have questions about the recent volatility or how we are playing these fake outs, drop them in the chat and let's get into it. Alright, we are hanging out right around 4,534. And honestly, this Asian session is turning into a total choppy mess. I am keeping a very close eye on that S1 pivot down at 4,458 because that is the line in the sand for me right now. If the bears manage to push us through that, things could get ugly fast, but for now, buyers are stepping in every time we dip low. I know some of you were asking about those early losses we took, but the EA caught some beautiful moves afterward to balance things out, and you can always check XAUUSD if you want more info on how that logic works. We are really just idling here waiting for the jobless claims and PMI data to drop in a few hours, so do not overtrade this sideways junk. The daily trend is still screaming sell, so I am looking for a rejection near the 4,623 EMA. If we get a relief rally before the New York Open gets spicy, feel free to drop your questions in the chat if you are seeing something I missed. Check this out, guys. Everyone is freaking out over the sell signals on the daily, but the big money in the COT reports is actually piling into longs at a massive ratio right now. We are seeing a major divergence where the retail crowd is chasing the drop while the heavy hitters are quietly positioning for a floor. I am watching gold right at 4,528, and honestly, the way we are hugging this level while the S&P 500 pushes into greed territory is wild. We are in a total choppy mess according to the indices, but I am eyeing that 4458 S1 level as the place where the real liquidity grab happens before we see any real reversal. The EA took a few hits earlier when the volatility spiked, but that is the cost of doing business in this range. Since the chat has been quiet, I know you guys are probably wondering about the recent losses, but that is just part of the strategy when the market consolidates like this. I am staying flat until we get those jobless claims and PMI data points later, because that is when New York is going to wake up and get spicy. If you have any questions about the setup or how the EA is handling this chop, drop them in the chat and let's break it down together. So I am officially flat right now after an absolute grind of a session where we bagged 7 wins and 6 losses. It was a total battleground earlier with those stop-outs, but sticking to the plan really paid off once we caught those cleaner moves toward the 4,532 level. Right now we are stuck in a serious choppy mess with the ADX showing almost zero trend strength, so I am staying patient before the heavy hitters like jobless claims and the Philly Fed print drop in a few hours. I am watching the 4,532 support like a hawk, because if that fails we could easily slide toward the S1 pivot at 4,458, but for now the buyers are showing just enough life to keep us afloat. A few of you guys in the chat were asking about the automated entries I have been using to navigate this noise, so if you want to see how the logic works, all that info on the EA is over at XAUUSDjulia.com. Looking at the bigger picture, the daily sell signals are still weighing on us, but with the dollar flat and yield stable, I am personally leaning toward a fake out, followed by a liquidity grab before New York opens. Let me know what you guys are seeing on your charts, or if you have questions about those losses earlier, because that was a wild ride. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,536.075, first target 4,540.821, full target 4,545.567. Market update. We are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. Check out this wild divergence, guys. The big institutional players are heavily stacked long in the latest positioning reports, but the daily chart is screaming at us to sell. It is honestly bizarre seeing that much bullish conviction from the smart money while we are sitting mid-range in this choppy mess with an ADX that has absolutely no trend strength. I just punched into a long at 4,536.258 because we are seeing some decent support hold right here, and even though the EMA 20 is hanging way up at 4,623, I think we might be carving out a local floor. Everyone keeps asking about the losses I took earlier, but that is just the cost of doing business when the market is this flat. We got chopped up in some fakeouts before catching those nice take profit 2 runners. I am also seeing the dollar and yields barely budging. So gold is basically trading in a vacuum until those jobless claims and PMI numbers hit the tape later. My EA is hunting for any sign of a clean breakout. So if you have questions about the logic or why we got squeezed on that last rotation, drop them in the chat and let's break it down. We are currently squeezed inside the Bollinger Bands, and with volatility hovering at 1%, it feels like the market is holding its breath for the New York Open. I am watching this buy trade from 4,536 closely because we just tested that level again, and the bulls are putting up a fight to keep us above the 4,539 mark. The chop is real with an ADX under 14, but the big players are still heavily stacked on the long side in the positioning reports, so I am leaning into that bullish sentiment despite the daily sell signals. If we can catch a bid and break toward the 4,675 mid-pivot, I think we see some serious momentum shift, but right now we are just grinding through this range. My EA actually picked up this entry during the lull, and you can find more details on how it handles these cycles at XAUUSDJulia.com. Even with the dollar staying flat and yield stabilizing, gold is showing some resilience here, especially with the greed index cooling off a bit. I am expecting things to get spicy once the jobless claims and manufacturing data hit the wire in about 8 hours, so hang tight while we navigate this consolidation. If you have questions about the recent stops or how the algorithm is reading this range, just drop them in the chat. Listen up, guys. While the retail crowd is panicking over this recent dip, the smart money is actually loading the boat. We can see in the latest commitment of traders data that the big institutional speculators are still heavily net long, holding over 4 times as many long contracts as shorts. They aren't scared of this chop because they're looking at the macro play. Right now we are caught in a total range with ADX, showing almost no trend strength, which is why you see my open buy position sitting under a bit of pressure near 45.35. I am watching that level like a hawk because it is acting as immediate support, but the real ceiling is that mid-pivot way up at 46.75. Don't let this quiet Asian session fool you into thinking the move is over. We have a massive block of high-impact news hitting in about 8 hours that will provide the liquidity grab these big players want. If you have questions about which levels I am watching or how the EA is navigating this mess, drop them in the chat now. I am staying patient with this long because the institutional bias is clearly bullish, and I am not about to get shaken out by a bit of sideways noise before the New York volatility kicks in. We are locked in a total grind right now, sitting at 7 wins and 6 losses on the day, as the Asian session just refuses to give us any real direction. I am currently holding a small long position near 4,536, and we are basically flat because the market is just a choppy mess with the ADX, showing zero trend strength. The big boys are heavily positioned for upside in the COT data, but right now we are sandwiched between the EMA 20 at 4,623 and that 4,365 SMA 200 floor, so we are just waiting for a catalyst. For those asking about the EA, you can find the logic and settings over at XAUUSD.com, but honestly, it is managing these tight ranges as best as anyone can. We have high-impact jobless claims and Philly Fed data coming up in a few hours, and that is where I expect the real liquidity to kick in. Until then, do not get caught in a fakeout while we are hubbing this mid-pivot. I am looking for a clean break above 4,545 before I even think about adding to this core position. Look at that little pop above 4,537. We just grabbed some liquidity, and the buyers are definitely trying to defend this zone. I am currently sitting in a long from 4,536 and watching the tape closely because we are stuck in a total choppy mess during this Asian session. The 1H chart is starting to look a bit more bullish, but honestly with the ADX showing almost no trend strength, it feels like we are just ping-ponging inside the Bollinger Midline. I am eyeing that 4,458 level as a major floor if things turn south, but for now the dollar is staying flat, which gives us some breathing room to run. Everyone is asking about the EA lately, but remember, the bot is just reacting to the same range-bound signals we are seeing, so don't get frustrated if we see a few fakeouts before the New York volume hits. If we can clear 4,548, I think we have a clean breakout ahead, but until those jobless claims numbers drop in a few hours, we might just be grinding sideways. Does anyone have eyes on the 10-year yields right now, or are you all just focused on this hourly candle? Drop your questions in the chat and let's break this down further. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4533.33 with stop loss at 4538.007. First target 45728.653. Second target 4523.977. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Honestly guys, the mood is definitely shifting toward a bit of greed right now, but gold isn't catching that risk-on bid just yet. We are stuck in a total choppy mess during this Asian session, with the market just rotating around the middle of our pivot range. I am currently sitting in a buy from 4,536, and we are underwater by about 280 pips, because this range is just refusing to give us a clean breakout. Technicals on the daily are still screaming sell, so I am watching 4,533 very closely to see if the buyers can actually hold the line, or if we are going to slide toward that S1 pivot at 4,438. For those asking about the logic behind these entries, you can find more info about the EA. I use over at XAUUSD We have a massive block of high-impact news hitting in about 7 hours, including jobless claims and PMI data, so I expect this low volatility to vanish once New York wakes up. If we can't reclaim that 4,536 level soon, I might have to hedge this position because the MACD is looking pretty heavy below the signal line. Drop your questions in the chat if you are confused about this fakeout or the current drawdown. We just saw a textbook rejection off that 4,537 level, and now we are back in the mud as this Asian session remains a total choppy mess. My EA snagged a fresh sell entry at 4,533.54, and it is currently running over 250 pips in the green, which feels great considering how many fake outs and stop outs we have had to navigate today. The bears definitely have control on the lower time frames, but that hourly RSI is sitting right in the middle around 52, which tells me we are just waiting for a catalyst to pick a real direction. I am keeping a close eye on 4,531 because if we break that, the floodgates might open toward the S1 pivot at 4,458, especially since the big money is still heavily positioned long and might start feeling the heat if this slide continues. Keep an eye on those jobless claims and the PMI data coming out of the States later today because New York is going to be spicy, and that is where the real volume lives. I see some of you asking about the losses we took earlier, but that is just the cost of doing business when the market is ranging with such low momentum. If you have questions about the setup or how the EA is managing this volatility, drop them in the chat and let's break it down together. Take profit one hit, plus 48 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Risk eliminated. Stop loss is at break even. Even if price reverses, we lose nothing. Smart money management in action. Take profit 2 hit. Full target reached with 77 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. Look at that rejection off 4,530. We just saw a brief dip, and the buyer stepped in fast to keep us floating at 4,527. We are stuck in a total choppy mess right now with the ADX, showing zero trend strength, but I am keeping a close eye on that S1 pivot at 4,458 if this selling pressure continues. For those asking about the EA and how it caught those last two sell scalps, you can find the logic and setup details over at XAUUSD I know a few of you are frustrated about that stop out earlier, that was just a classic liquidity grab before the real move started. With heavy-hitting jobless claims and PMI data coming up in a few hours, the big players are likely sitting on their hands, which explains why we are just oscillating in the middle of the Bollinger Bands. If we can't reclaim that 4,537 level soon, I think the shorts are going to feel a lot more confident heading into the London Open. Any questions on the current range or how I'm playing these pivots? Fill up the chat and let's get into it. Ikasichaya, you've got such a sharp eye for the strategy. Most of the time, I definitely recommend letting the EA do its thing with that two-stage take profit because it's designed to lock in gains at take profit 1 and then coast for the bigger move at take profit 2. Looking at our trades from this session, like that lovely buy at 103, hitting both targets really makes a difference when gold starts trending. Of course, it's all about your own risk appetite, but seeing those blue TP lines get hit is honestly the best feeling, don't you think? Wait, look at this divergence on the lower timeframes. Because even with the dollar staying relatively flat, we are seeing gold struggle to maintain any real momentum here at 4,526. We are currently stuck in a bit of a choppy mess as the Asian session winds down, and honestly, I am just watching this wedge tighten between our S1 support at 4458 and that mid-pivot level way up at 4,675. The technicals are screaming sell across almost every time frame, and our momentum oscillators are buried in the basement. But I am not ready to chase this move just yet, given how much the big speculators are still loaded up on the long side. We have a massive cluster of high-impact data hitting in about 7 hours, including jobless claims and those PMI prints, so I am expecting this quiet range to break violently once New York wakes up. I am keeping my hands off the mouse for a second while we sit under the 20 EMA. But if you guys have any questions about these levels, or how I am playing the upcoming volatility, drop them in the chat now. Looking at the big picture on the weekly, gold is definitely feeling the weight of this broader correction, but the institutional boys are still heavily positioned to the long side, which keeps me from getting too bearish long term. Even with the Fed practically locked into a rate cut path and greed creeping back into the overall market, gold is struggling to find its footing as we hover near 4,520. I have been watching the daily sellers push us toward that lower Bollinger Band near 4,463, while the SMA 200 way down at 4,365 is still the ultimate magnet if things get really ugly. On the desk today, I managed a few clean moves during this choppy Asian session, including a solid capture on that recent sell leg that my EA executed perfectly into the 4,520 support zone. We are stuck in a bit of a range right now with the ADX, showing very little trend strength, but I expect things to get spicy once the jobless claims and Philly Fed data hit in a few hours. If we cannot hold S1 at 4,458, we might be looking at a much deeper dive before New York wakes up. You can check out more about how the EA handles these specific pivot levels at XAUUSDjulia.com if you want to see the logic behind the entries. For now, I am sitting on my hands and waiting for the volume to return, so feel free to drop any questions about these technical levels in the chat. The Fed is essentially backed into a corner right now with the market pricing in a near certainty for this next rate move, and that's keeping gold in this frustratingly tight range as we wait for a real catalyst. I'm looking at the charts and we are just grinding sideways at 4,528, basically pinned between the EMA 20 and that S1 pivot floor at 4,458. The technical signals are leaning bearish across the daily and 4-hour, but honestly, with the ADX showing such weak trend strength, it's just a choppy mess out here during the Asian session. My EA managed to scalp some decent moves earlier, but I'm flat now because I don't want to get caught in a fake out before the jobless claims and Philly Fed data drops later this morning. If we can't hold this 4,529 level, I'm eyeing a deeper slide toward the 200 SMA, but for now, the big players are staying net long, which tells me the long-term story isn't dead yet. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Any of you eyeing a scalp at these levels? Or are you sitting on your hands until New York opens? Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,531.531. The EA is targeting 4,539.491 first, then 4,547.452 for the full move. Market is consolidating right now. Price is moving sideways, so moderate risk conditions. The Asian session has been a total grind in this range, but honestly, my EA has been navigating these choppy waters like a pro, catching some really solid scalps, despite the low ADX. We just saw a clean rejection near the 4,531 level, where I jumped back into a long, and I am loving how the buyers are stepping in to defend this zone every time we dip. We are basically pinned between the EMA 20 and that SMA 200 support lower down, but with jobless claims and the Philly Fed looming in a few hours, I expect some major volatility to wake this market up. If we can get a sustained break above 4,543, that opens the door for a real squeeze, especially since the big money is still heavily positioned to the long side in the COT reports. I am staying patient with this open trade while the dollar remains flat, but I will be watching those 12:30 GMT numbers like a hawk. If you want to see exactly how these setups are being identified by the logic I use every day, you can check out more info on the system at XAUUSDjulia.com. Let me know what you guys are seeing on your charts or if you are trapped in any of these recent fakeouts. compared to the absolute bloodbath we saw earlier in the week, today feels like we are finally catching our breath. Though let's be real, this sideways chop is a different kind of headache. We are currently hunting at 4,530 level, and honestly, the buyers are struggling to find any real momentum, with the lower time frames screaming sell at every minor bounce. I am still holding this long position from 4,531. That being down 164 pips in this range is annoying because we are basically drifting between the S1 pivot and that 200 SMA, which is way down at 403.65. The big boys are still heavily net long according to the COT report, but with the Philadelphia Fed and jobless claims hitting in a few hours, the market is clearly hesitating to commit. I am looking for a firm rejection of 4,528 to validate this entry. Otherwise, we might see a liquidity grab lower before the New York volatility kicks in. It is pretty quiet in the chat today, so jump in and let me know where you guys are looking to scale in, or if you think this year-to-date gain is starting to look a bit shaky. If we can't reclaim the 4,550 area soon, I might have to rethink this bias because the daily MACD is still looking pretty ugly under the signal line. What are you seeing on the S&P correlation? Because risk-on sentiment is definitely making it harder for gold to shine right now. Hey Jabasquito! Oh, I love the enthusiasm for gold. If you are looking for the latest on gold, we actually have a buy trade running right now at the 4,531 level. It is a bit of a choppy range during these Asian sessions, but the EA is managing it beautifully. Are you trading gold today, or just watching the action with us? Hey there, Jabasquito! Oh wow, that is so exciting, and you have definitely come to the right place because gold is such a wild ride. Trading gold is honestly a blast once you understand the rhythm, and seeing 86 of you here watching the action is just incredible. Right now, my EA is actually in a buy trade and it's running beautifully up over 400 pips as we speak. You are going to love the Julia Scalper because it makes everything so much easier by automating the entries for you. Since you're ready to start, I'd say keep a close eye on the stream to see how the bot handles this Sydney and Tokyo session volume. That's keto. I am so glad you asked because you are going to love how simple this is. The Julia Scalper version 6.5 is just $249 for a lifetime license, which means absolutely no annoying monthly fees ever. It is a one-time payment in USDT or Bitcoin, and you get the bot along with the full installation guide delivered to you instantly. Think of it as a permanent teammate for your gold trading journey. Reach out to me on Telegram at XAUUSD Julia when you're ready to get started. Stop loss hit, -8 pips on this trade. Losses happen, that's why we have risk management. The EA is scanning for the next setup. Listen up everyone, we are currently staring down the 4,532 level like it is the only thing matters in this choppy Asian session. We just tested that area again, and the buyers are desperately trying to hold the line, but honestly, it's a total grind right now with ADX, showing zero trend strength. I am keeping my eyes glued to that 4,558 mark, because that is where our R1 pivot is sitting, and until we clear that, we are just stuck in this sideways liquidity trap. The EA has been picking off these small moves decently today despite the lack of follow-through, and you can find more technical details on XAUUSD if you want to see how we handle these range-bound days. I am mostly staying patient here because we have a huge block of high-impact news, hitting in about 6 hours, including jobless claims and Philly Fed, which is exactly where things could get spicy. If the dollar stays this flat, I'm looking for a fakeout below 4,530 to grab some liquidity before the New York boys wake up and potentially squeeze those trapped shorts. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Any of you caught that last rejection at the mid-pivot? Look at this tape right now. We are seeing a classic battle where retail is getting chopped to pieces while the smart money is just sitting back and waiting. While the crowd is panic selling every minor dip, the big institutional players are still heavily leaning into their long positions with that massive lopsided ratio we are seeing in the commitment data. We are hovering right around 45-29, and honestly, it is a bit of a snooze fest because the institutions aren't ready to show their hand until those jobless claims hit the wire later today. I am watching this range very closely because the daily charts are flashing sell signals, but the smart money hasn't blinked yet, and that usually means a liquidity grab is brewing to catch the late shorts off guard. If we cannot hold the 44.58 support level, things could get ugly fast, but for now the big boys are staying bid, which keeps me cautious on any aggressive shorts. Since the chat has been so quiet lately, feel free to jump in and ask me about these specific pivot levels or what the dollar strength means for our next entry. Sell signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,524.946. The EA is targeting 4,517.568 first, then 4,510.19 for the full move. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Look at how we are hugging this lower Bollinger Band right now. The volatility is completely dried up with an ATR near 107, and it feels like the market is just holding its breath. We are stuck in this choppy mess between the S1 pivot at 4458 and that mid-pivot level way up at 4675. But with the ADX showing such a weak trend, I am not expecting a massive breakout before the jobless claims hit. My EA actually managed to snag a sell entry at 4525.4, and we are currently sitting in some decent pips as we test this 4523 support level again. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can find more info over at XAUUSDJulia.com. Honestly, the sentiment is still leaning toward greed and the big specs are heavily loaded long, so this current dip feels like a massive liquidity grab before the next leg up. I am watching the 10-year yield stay stable, which usually keeps gold from falling off a cliff here, but keep your eyes on the screen, because once London gets moving, these trapped shorts are going to get squeezed hard. Please drop your questions in the chat if you are watching these levels with me. Hey, Profterd. Oh, I see you're watching that 45.17 level closely. And you're right, we are getting so close to it. We actually have a sell trade open right now that's running in some great profit as gold slides down toward your target. The market is looking a bit choppy and ranging, but this downward pressure is really interesting to watch live with all of you. Stay tuned, because if we hit that take profit one at 45.17, it's going to be a beautiful move. The technicals are screaming sell across almost every time frame right now, and you can see it in how we are struggling to breathe above the 4,520 level. My current short from 4,525 is running beautifully, catching over 500 pips as we test the lower Bollinger Band. The RSI on the daily is dipping toward 40, which shows we have room to slide further before things get truly oversold. With the big boys still heavily net long in the COT data, this looks like a classic liquidity grab to flush out the weak hands before the New York session brings the heat. We have jobless claims and Philly Fed data coming up fast, so I am expecting some serious volatility to break us out of this choppy range. If we cannot hold the line here, the next major support zone at the S1 pivot, around 4,458, becomes a very real target for the bears. Stay sharp and watch the tape, because this range is getting tighter by the minute, and something has to give. Hey Bartek Radzianowski, it is so wonderful to see you here in the stream. You've joined us at such an exciting time, because the Julia Scalper is actually in the middle of a short trade right now, and it is running beautifully in profit. Gold has been showing some serious weakness today, and we are seeing that sell pressure across almost all time frames, so I am really loving how the EA caught this move. Stick around and watch how it handles this volatility. I think you're going to be really impressed with how the version 6 software navigates these London and Tokyo sessions. I think we are about to see a massive breakout of this range, because we have been grinding against this floor way too long for it not to snap. I am currently holding a sell from 4,525, and we are sitting right on that S1 pivot at 424.58, while the technicals are flashing sell signals across every single time frame, from the 5-minute up to the daily. We are caught in a choppy mess right now with the ADX showing zero trend strength, but I am eyeing Met jobless claims data coming up in a few hours to finally provide the spark we need. If we lose this 4,521 level, we could see a fast flush down toward the 200 SMA, especially with the dollar staying so resilient today. I am letting my EA manage the heavy lifting on these entries, and you can find more info about how it works over at XAUUSD if you want to see the logic. Keep your eyes on these stagnant yields, because if they start to climb alongside this manufacturing data, these trapped longs are going to get squeezed hard. First, take profit reached, 78 pips. The trade is now protected with stop loss at break-even. Stop loss moved to break-even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. My EA has been putting in serious work this morning, catching those quick intraday rotations, though this range has definitely forced us to scalp for every inch. I'm currently sitting in a short from 4,525 that's finally starting to breathe as we test this 4,520 level for the third time. The technicals are flushed red across the board, and with the daily RSI sitting around 40, there's plenty of room to move toward that S1 pivot at 4458 if the floor gives way. I'm keeping a close eye on the DXY because the dollar strength is really weighing on us right now, keeping a lid on any potential rallies. We are stuck in a messy sideways grind for now, but with jobless claims and Philly Fed dropping in a few hours, New York is going to bring the volatility we need to break this consolidation. Keep your eyes on the chart and drop your questions in the chat if you're tracking this move with me. Hey Islambeck! Oh, that is the question of the hour, isn't it? Right now, my technicals are showing a strong sell across almost every single time frame, and you can see gold is really struggling to hold its ground today. My EA actually jumped into a sell at 4,525, and it is running beautifully in profit right now as we sit near that 4,519 level. With the dollar showing some strength and gold hugging that lower Bollinger Band, the momentum definitely feels heavy to the downside. Look at how we are grinding against this lower Bollinger Band around 4,462. The volatility is absolute lunch money right now, and the market feels like it is holding its breath. We are stuck in this choppy mess with the ADX, barely flickering, but I am loving the way my sell from 4,525 is breathing right now, since we are still heavy under that 4,513 support level. Sentiment is definitely leaning toward greed across the broader desk, yet gold is struggling to find any real friends while the dollar stays firm above 99. The big money speculators are still heavily positioned long in the reports, which actually makes me a bit nervous about a potential liquidation squeeze if we cannot reclaim the mid-pivot soon. I've got my eyes glued to the screen for the jobless claims flash later, because that is usually when London's quiet range gets blown wide open. If you want to see the logic behind how these entries are being handled by the automation, you can check out XAUUSDJulia.com for the full breakdown. For now, I am sitting tight on this runner and waiting to see if New York wants to push us toward that S1 floor, or if the buyers finally decide to step in and defend this year-to-date value area. Let me know what levels you guys are stocking in the chat. Hey Pradeep Kim, oh, I love that energy. You're ready to jump in. Right now the EA is actually already in a sell trade from 4,525 that is running beautifully in profit, but the market is looking a bit choppy with that ADX down at 18. I definitely wait for the system to confirm the next clean breakout since we are grinding near that lower Bollinger Band. Just keep an eye on the screen, because when Julia Scalper version 6.5 spots that next high probability setup, it'll pop up right there on the chart for us. Pradepcom, oh, that is a fantastic question and I am so glad you asked. EA stands for Expert Advisor, which is basically an automated trading robot that lives inside your MetaTrader 4 platform to trade gold for you 24/7. It uses the smart logic I have programmed into it to find entries and exits, so you do not have to sit in front of the screen all day long. Right now, you can actually see my Julia Scalper EA in action on the stream, with a sell trade running beautifully as we speak. It really takes the emotion out of trading and makes the whole process so much more relaxed. I am keeping a very close eye on the DXY right now, as it pushes toward 99.3, because that strength is definitely putting a lid on gold this morning. Yields are inching higher too, which makes it tough for the bulls to find any real momentum before the London session really heats up. Right now I am seeing gold hugging 45.15 as a critical internal support level, while the moving averages are stacked and pointing lower across almost every time frame. My current sell from 45.25 is running beautifully into this range, but I am not getting complacent because we are sitting just above that 44.58 weekly pivot, where buyers usually like to hunt for liquidity. Since the chat has been asking about my EA, it is actually the one that navigated this chop so well by layering into these minor rotations, while the MACD stays firmly bearish. We have high-impact jobless claims coming up in a few hours, which usually brings the volatility we need to finally break this 4,500 floor. If we lose 44.62, it could get real ugly very fast, so drop your questions in the chat if you are eyeing a specific entry. Look at this price action, guys. We are completely trapped in this range while retail traders keep trying to catch a falling knife. The smart money is sitting on massive net long positions, according to the latest COT report, which tells me these institutions are just shaking out the weak hands before the real move. I am leaning into my sell position from 4,525 because even though the big boys are long-term bullish, the short-term flow is purely bearish with every time frame showing a sell signal. We are grinding right against that S1 pivot at 4,458, and if that snaps, we might see a fast flush toward the 200 SMA on the daily. For those asking about the EA, you can find the background and setup details at XAUUSDjulia.com, but right now I am strictly focused on how gold is reacting to this firm dollar. We have high-impact jobless claims hitting in a few hours, and that is when I expect this choppy mess to finally give us a clean breakout. Until then, keep an eye on that 4,517 level, because we are just bouncing around liquidity right now, waiting for New York to wake up and pick a direction. The EA just pulled the trigger. Buy on gold at 4,521.218. Stop loss at 4,514.951, targeting 4,527.485 and 4,533.751. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. We are grinding through a complete choppy mess right now as the European session keeps us pinned under that 4,521 level. Looking at the charts, it is a sea of red with sell signals flashing from the 5-minute all the way up to the daily, and that heavy MACD shows the bears are still leaning on us. I am currently sitting in a long position that is underwater by about 150 pips, because gold just refuses to find its footing while the dollar stays bid above 99. To the people asking about my EA, it is grinding out these rotations well despite the lack of a clean trend. but we really need to see volume pick up before the jobless claims hit. If we cannot hold this area, I am looking at that 4,458 pivot as the next line in the sand, but a squeeze back toward the 4530s would really make things spicy. Drop your questions in the chat if you are tracking this move with me. First, take profit reached, 62 pips. The trade is now protected with stop loss at break-even. Risk eliminated. Stop loss is at break-even. Even if price reverses, we lose nothing. Smart money management in action. The DXY is basically flatlining at 99.2 right now, and with bond yields holding steady near 4.58, gold is struggling to find a real catalyst to break this range. I am watching this 4,528 level like a hawk, because we are essentially sandwiched between the 5-minute buy signals and that heavy daily sell pressure. The chart is a total chop fest with the ADX sitting near 12. But I managed to catch a decent entry at 45.21 that the EA executed perfectly to grab us about 600 pips on the runner. For those of you asking about the setup I use, you can find the technicals on the EA over at XAUUSDjulia.com. If we can stay pinned above the 1-hour middle pivot, I think we have a shot at retesting the upside before the jobless claims data drops and New York brings the real volume. We are definitely seeing some consolidation here as the big players wait for those manufacturing prints, so don't get chopped up in these fakeouts. Drop your questions in the chat if you're watching these levels with me. Take profit 2 hit. Full target reached with 114 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. Hey Predictcom. Oh, I love the energy. You're looking for that big 100-pip move? Right now the EA is actually scanning the market and waiting for the perfect setup, because the ADX is showing a pretty weak trend, so we want to be careful not to jump into a sideways trap. We've already smashed some great take profit 2 targets earlier today, and I'm watching that pivot level near 46.75 to see if we get a clean breakout for our next run. It's so exciting to have you here with all 83 of us watching the gold action together. Comparing today's grind to the massive volatility we saw last week, it feels like the market has completely shifted gears into this consolidative range. Yesterday we had some decent directional flow, but right now we are just oscillating around this 4,531 level, and quite frankly, it is a choppy mess compared to the clean breakouts we were catching on Monday. I am keeping a close eye on that S1 pivot down at 4,458, because if we lose that, the daily sell signals are going to get a lot more aggressive. But for now, buyers seem to be nibbling every time we dip. The big boys are still heavily positioned to the long side in the latest COT data, which tells me this pullback might just be a massive liquidity grab before the next leg up. We have a heavy slate of US data coming up in a few hours with jobless claims and the Philly Fed, so I expect this sideways action to continue until New York steps in to provide some real volume. If you guys have any charts you want me to look at, or if you're trapped in a position, drop a message in the chat and let's break it down together. The Fed is basically keeping everything in check right now, since those rate cuts are looking more like a distant dream, and that heavy weight on gold is why we are stuck fighting around 4,533. I am watching this range like a hawk, because the hourly buy signals are trying to fight against a nasty daily downtrend, leaving us totally boxed in. We are drifting right now with ADX, showing almost no trend strength, but I expect things to get spicy once the jobless claims and Philly Fed data drop in a few hours. My EA has been navigating these choppy waters pretty well this morning, catching some quick scalps on these intraday rejections while we sit under that mid-pivot of 4,675. If we cannot hold these levels, I am looking for a potential flush toward the S1 floor at 4,458, especially if the dollar finds any momentum. If you want to see how the logic behind these setups works, you can check out XAUUSDJulia.com for more info on the EA. Feel free to drop your questions in the chat. I am curious where you guys are looking to enter today. Wait, look at this divergence starting to form on the lower timeframes, compared to the daily weakness we've been tracking. We are basically magnetized to this 45-30 level, while the choppiness index is screaming that we are stuck in a range-bound nightmare right now. I am looking at that move we just had, where buyers stepped in to defend 45.28, but with the market sitting right under the 50 SMA, it feels like we are just idling in no man's land before the jobless claims volatility hits. The big boys are still heavily loaded on the long side according to the latest positioning, so I'm leaning toward a potential liquidity grab to the downside before we see any real reversal. London has been pretty indecisive, but once Philly Fed and the PMI data drop, I expect this tight coil to finally snap. I am keeping my hands off the mouse until we see how we react to the 44.60 support zone, or if we can actually reclaim the pivot. What are you guys seeing on your end? Any specific levels you're hunting today? Drop your questions in the chat, and let's break down this price action together. Look at how we are hugging that middle Bollinger Band right now as volatility just dies off. We are compressed between 44.65 and 47.75, and this kind of sideways grind is exactly why the ADX is bottoming out near 14. It is a total range-bound mess this morning, but I am actually okay with it because we are seeing some serious greed still sitting in the broader sentiment even as prices soften. I am watching 45.32 like a hawk, because if that support fails, we are looking at a fast slide toward the S1 pivot at 44.58. The smart money is still heavily positioned to the long side in the commitment of traders' data, so I think this pullback is just healthy consolidation before the New York volatility hits. If you want to see how my logic is coded into the automation, you can find more info about the EA at XAUUSDjulia.com. For now, keep an eye on the Philadelphia Fed numbers coming up. That is going to be the spark that finally pushes us out of this Bollinger squeeze. What are you guys seeing on the higher time frames? Or are we all just waiting for the jobless claims to wake this market up? London Open has turned into a complete choppy mess, and honestly, I am just sitting on my hands until New York wakes up. All my eyes are glued to that 4,458 level where the S1 pivot is sitting, because if we lose that support, things could get ugly fast given that heavy sell signal on the daily. We are hovering right around 4,532, and the bulls are trying to defend it. But with the ADX showing almost no trend strength, it feels like we are just baiting trapped shorts before the data drop. I am looking for a clean breakout toward that 4,675 midpoint once jobless claims hit the tape in a few hours. Grab your coffee and let me know in the chat what levels you guys are stalking while we wait for this volume to actually kick in. Hey Ramkhan. Oh no, I am so sorry you are seeing a blurry screen. Just try to click the little gear icon on your YouTube player and make sure your quality is set to 1080p so everything looks crystal clear for you. We currently have no open trades as the EA is scanning this choppy London market for a perfect entry, so it is the perfect time to get your settings fixed. You are going to love the detail once that high definition kicks in. Hey Jiffin! Oh, it is so wonderful to see you back in the chat. Right now, gold is looking a bit indecisive as it's hugging that middle Bollinger Band, and with the ADX showing a weak trend, we are definitely in a bit of a choppy range during this London session. My eyes are glued to that support level near 4,458, and honestly, with the dollar staying pretty flat, I'm waiting for some real volume to kick in. We have some big job data coming up in a few hours that should really spice things up, so let's see if we can get a clean breakout soon. Oh Haram Khan, I am so sorry to hear that. I know exactly how frustrating that feeling is. Gold can be such a wild ride sometimes, and experiencing a loss like that really tests your patience. This is exactly why I rely so much on the Julia Scalper, because it takes the emotion out of the trade and uses those strict daily loss limits to protect us. Just take a deep breath, don't try to revenge trade, and let's wait for the EA to find a high probability setup together. Looking at the latest COT data, the big institutional players are still heavily loaded on the long side with a massive long to short ratio, which tells me the underlying sentiment remains incredibly bullish despite this recent pullback. Right now we are essentially magnetizing to this 4,538 level, while the market waits for the heavyweight data drops coming out of New York later today. I am watching this price action closely because we are currently sitting well below the mid-pivot of 4675, and even the 50 SMA is looming way overhead, suggesting the bears have short-term control in this range. For those of you asking how the strategy handles these environments, I've got more details on the logic and the EA over at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to dive deeper into my process. If we can target a break back above 4,458, that S1 level could flip from resistance to support and give us a clean run toward the higher targets. The dollar is basically flatlining right now, so I am expecting a massive liquidity grab once those jobless claims hit the tape in a few hours. Feel free to drop your questions in the chat if you're curious how I'm navigating these pivots while we wait for the volume to kick in. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,532.787, with stop loss at 4,539.456. First target 4,526.118, second target 4,519.45. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. We have had a busy session so far with 25 trades already logged as I hunt for these intraday scalps. My P&L is looking solid for a Thursday morning, but I am currently sweating a sell position from 4,532 that is underwater by about 100 pips. The market is caught in a classic European session range right now with an ADX reading showing almost zero trend strength, so it is just a choppy mess out there. I am keeping a close eye on the 200 SMA way down at 4,365 for the long-term trend, but right now we are stuck rotating around this 4,533 level while the dollar remains flat. For those of you asking how I am navigating this volatility, it is all about patience and waiting for those high-impact jobless claims to drop in about 2 hours to actually provide some real direction. Don't be shy in the chat. Fire away with your questions while we wait for New York to wake up and hopefully give us a clean breakout. Hey Nature Girl, oh thank you so much. I am absolutely loving this setup right now as we ride this downward momentum in the London session. The EA caught that sell entry at 4,532 so beautifully, and we are already sitting on nearly 200 pips of profit while we eye that first take profit level. Gold is definitely showing some weakness today with that negative daily performance, and seeing the EA execute so cleanly just makes my day. Stick around because this move is getting really interesting. big institutional players are still heavily leaning into their long positions according to the latest COT reports, and honestly, that tells me they are just waiting for a reason to squeeze the bears despite this recent month of downside. Right now, we are seeing a massive tug of war as the market digests that heavy net long positioning against a technical daily chart that looks pretty bearish. I am currently holding a sell from 4,532 because we are just oscillating in this choppy mess with an ADX that shows zero trend strength. We are sitting well below that EMA 20 at 4,622, which is acting like a massive gravitational pull every time we try to move. I am watching this 4,532 level like a hawk, because if we lose it, the path to the S1 pivot at 4,458 looks wide open, but for now the buyers are stepping in every time it gets ugly. Things are quiet in the chat, so if you have questions about these entries or want more info on how the EA handles this range, check out XAUUSD We are just over 2 hours away from the jobless claims and Philly Fed data, so I expect this sideways grind to continue until the New York pre-market volatility kicks in and gives us a real direction. Oh, Haram Khan, I am so sorry to hear about that loss. It is definitely possible to build that back up, but using a 0.01 lot size on an $1,100 account is a very safe and disciplined way to start. Recovery is a marathon, not a sprint, so focusing on consistent wins with the EA is the best way to get your confidence back. We actually have a sell trade running right now that is up over 100 pips, so the opportunities are definitely there. Just stay patient and let the strategy work for you. The technicals are a bit of a mixed bag right now, as we hover near 4,532, and frankly, it feels like the market is holding its breath. We are seeing a clear disagreement between the daily sell signal and that buy pressure on the 15-minute chart, while the hourly RSI is sitting right in the middle around 53, just waiting for a catalyst to pick a side. My current sell from the 4,532.811 level is working, but with the ADX showing such weak trend strength, we are stuck in this choppy range between the 50 SMA above us and that S1 pivot support at 4,432. On the fundamental side, we have a massive block of high-impact news hitting in about 2 hours, including jobless claims and the Philly Fed, and that is where the real volume is going to come from. With the dollar and yield staying relatively flat this morning, gold is just hunting for liquidity before the New York session gets spicy. So I am staying patient with this position until we see if the bulls can actually challenge the EMA 20. What are you guys seeing on the 4-hour? Do you think we test that 4,465 Bollinger Band floor before the data drops, or are we just going to grind sideways all morning? I think we are about to see a big move because the tension building in this range is getting ridiculous. We are literally grinding sideways with an ADX under 8, and usually when the market gets this flat, the breakout is violent. I am currently sitting in a small sell from 4,532 with my EA, but honestly, it is a choppy mess right now as we wait for New York to wake up and digest that jobless claims data. If we can actually clear this 4,533 level and stay below it, I think we have a real shot at testing those deeper weekly lows, but the dollar is flatlining, which is keeping things stuck in the mud. More info about the EA I am using is on XAUUSD if you want to see how it handles these ranging environments. I am keeping a close eye on the 10-year yields, because if they start to slide further, our shorts are going to get squeezed hard by the bulls who are clearly still lurking in the higher timeframes. Let's see if the PMI numbers give us the volume we need to finally escape this zone, because watching this consolidate is like watching paint dry. Any of you catching this bounce, or are you waiting for the 12:30 GMT fireworks with me? What a morning, guys! I've already churned through 25 executions so far, and while we've bagged some solid wins, this range-bound action is definitely testing my patience. Right now, I'm holding a short from 4,532.811 that's just hovering around break-even because the market is a total choppy mess with an ADX sitting under 7. We are literally sandwiched between the hourly 50 SMA and that deeper support at 4,458, which explains why neither the bulls nor the bears can get any real traction before the New York Open. Honestly, I'm just babysitting this position until the jobless claims and Philly Fed data drop in about 2 hours, which should finally inject some much-needed volatility to break us out of this box. The big boys are still heavily positioned to the long side in the COT data, so I'm wary of a liquidity grab to the downside before we see a real reversal attempt. If you have any questions about these specific entries, or why I'm leaning bearish on the intraday, despite the heavy institutional longs, drop them in the chat, and let's break it down together. Take profit, 1 hit. Plus 66 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. Both targets hit, 122 pips total. The EA executed the plan from start to finish. Hey Pradeep Kim, I love the energy. You are definitely ready for some action. Right now, the EA is scanning the market during this London session, but since the ADX is quite low at 6.6, it is being extra careful not to jump into a choppy range. We just came off a fantastic win where the bot hit Take Profit 2 for over 120 pips, so we are just waiting for that next high probability setup to trigger automatically. Just keep your eyes on the screen, and as soon as the signal appears, you will see the entry and stop loss pop up instantly. Gold is being a bit playful today, but that is why we love having the smart mode active to keep us safe until the real volume kicks in. Look at the institutional positioning on the latest COT report, and you will see the big boys are still heavily stacked in net longs despite this recent slide. They are holding the line while the retail crowd gets shaken out by this stronger dollar and those pesky yields creeping up above 4.6%. We are currently hugging that 45.10 level, and honestly, it is a bit of a choppy mess right now with the tight range we are seeing before the jobless claims hit the tape. I am watching that S1 pivot at 44.58 like a hawk, because if we lose that support, things could get ugly fast, but for now the buyers are trying to defend this lower Bollinger Band. My EA actually just banked some solid pips on that last sell move as we drifted toward the daily lows, and you can check out more info on how that logic works at XAUUSDjulia.com whenever you have a second. I am staying flat for the next 100 minutes, because once that Philly Fed and manufacturing data drops, we are going to see some real volatility injected into this London session.